Oh, never mind. I turned on the camera here. All right, so I'm going to go sit down because we are streaming. All right. Okay. So professional. I'm coming running over to the stream. Okay. All right. Well, this is our first interview of the day. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is... Oh, wait. Let me make sure I'm talking into the mic properly. Hi, everyone. My name is Huyen Tuet Dao, and this is KotlinConfersations, where we're talking with just a few of the amazing speakers here at KotlinConf 2019. I have the absolute pleasure of speaking with...
Liliia.
And...
My name is Dmitry. Hi, everyone.
And well, actually, I just caught y'all both off your talk, right? I just grabbed both Liliia and Dmitry as soon as they got out of their talk, and we're going to chat a little bit. But first, let me ask you, Liliia, first. Where are you based, and what do you do?
Well, currently I'm based in Munich, Germany, and I'm quality assurance engineer in Kotlin team, particularly in Kotlin multi-platform mobile team. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's basically what I do. I care about quality of tooling, I don't know, either in IDE or in Gradle and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm. I have to say that I actually I'm already a big fan of Liliia because I kind of creep on the Kotlin forums at times. I'm a little bit too shy to post, but Liliia kicks ass. Excuse me, I think I can say that on the screen. Kicks absolute ass and is great at answering questions and kind of letting people know what's what. So if you're ever in the forums, you should check out anytime Liliia speaks, you should definitely pay attention. And Dmitry, well, where are you based and what do you do?
Yeah, I'm based in St. Petersburg, and for last 2 years I was doing practically everything in the Kotlin team, like all bits of IDE compiler. And currently I'm working on multi-platform, so I'm tech lead at the multi-platform mobile team. Mm-hmm. So we are focusing hard on multi-platform here. That's why our talk is about multi-platform.
Awesome. And I have to say, actually, I'm going to pause the stream 1 second because we're going to hit record. So this is the first interview of the day. Okay. So I'm going to take a break 1 second and hit the record button. 1 second.
So we can tell some joke about multi-platform in the meantime.
I just thought that I'm basically the first person to try all the new features of multi-platform. Yeah. And I'm a little bit scared that now people will submit issues just because they want to see how I answer.
Oh, well, I mean, you're going to kick ass at it anyway. So I just also wanted to say that I first got to meet Dmitry last year, and I have to say, so you worked on contracts, which is one of my favorite things in the last couple years in Kotlin. So I was just kind of gushing to Dmitry about how much I loved it and how much we needed contracts, or I personally needed them. So if you also are like me and are a big contract fan, this is... you should come and thank Dmitry and also just kind of wave at him. But let's go ahead and start talking about multi-platform projects and kind of a little bit kind of what you were talking about today. Okay, I have a super, super basic question. Feel free, whoever wants to jump in. So what is the relationship between Kotlin native and multi-platform multi-platform programming?
Like a technology itself. I think the correct way to describe this relation is that a Kotlin native is a part of multi-platform. So we have a Kotlin JVM, Kotlin JavaScript, and Kotlin native, and your programs can be just only in Kotlin JVM, or only in Kotlin JavaScript, or only in Kotlin native. Mm-hmm. But then we have this multi-platform which ties them all together.
Gotcha.
So it's kind of a part of multi-platform.
Mm-hmm. Even though it's basic question, I heard from some people that they just mess it up and say that Kotlin multi-platform is the same as Kotlin native and so on.
Yes. So it's quite a popular question. There's nothing to be ashamed of asking this question.
Good.
So it's a nice opportunity to unveil the correct answer for this question.
Good. So Kotlin Native is a technology that can be utilized within a multi-platform project. And I know that specifically your talk was about kind of the new things in it's going to be tough for me to say multi-platform programming. And it sounds like, just assuming from the title of your talk, that there have been some significant changes in MPP between 1.3 Kotlin and before. Can you talk a little bit about those changes and what's so new and exciting in 1.3?
Well, one of the major things was that we have reduced the number of Gradle models. So before 1.3, there were many models in project, and now it's just one, but with several subsets or sets in it. Mm-hmm. And it made the configuration of the project the way clearer and the way better. So I'd say it was a huge advance.
Yeah, also one of major features in 1.3 beyond 1.3, which we highlighted in our talk, is dependency management in multi-platform. So everyone who has ever tried using multi-platform probably noticed this very boilerplate-ish way of configuring dependencies. So hopefully we'll get rid of that soon.
That's awesome. I know that Kotlin fans are big fans of removing boilerplate-iness of any sort. So that sounds amazing. So I guess if I'm interested in Kotlin native and I'm in your talk learning about MPP, at what point do those two things come together? How do I maybe as I enter in Kotlin native start to approach multi-platform programming?
I guess it makes sense to first try a few steps in Kotlin native alone, and then think how you would approach a multi-platform programming. So because you basically will have to know both worlds with which you are sharing code. For example, if you are writing a mobile application for Android and iOS, then it definitely makes sense to get idea of major concepts both in Android and iOS. So Kotlin native for iOS and Kotlin Android, Kotlin JVM for Android. Yeah, and then you can slowly figure out how you would introduce more multi-platformity in your project and how you would share your sources.
Gotcha.
But as soon as you are a little bit familiar with Kotlin native, you are already ready to try out the Kotlin multi-platform, because we have this special hands-on or tutorial, call it like it, which introduces Kotlin multi-platform for mobile, and it's about Kotlin Android and Kotlin iOS together.
Awesome. You're kind of speaking my language. I'm a mobile developer, and that sounds kind of like what if I was going to get into MPP and Kotlin native, where I'm going to be going. I know, in your talk, I think you talk about some real-life use cases of MPP. I feel like a lot of times we hear about Kotlin native MPP, and it's a great high-level idea. What are some kind of your favorite examples of real-life use cases of MPP?
I think we have quite a lot of them. Some of them were showcased in our talk in a keynote. Of course, I would like to highlight several open source projects like a DroidCon application. It's pretty a good piece of technology. TouchLab does tremendous work pushing all stuff around multi-platform further. And also we have quite a few closed source projects which do much more interesting things, and I don't know why. So it's interesting, but we will keep it here. But then again, they do quite a lot of interesting stuff with fitting C++ libraries in Kotlin native and interacting with them and working more with native, with Android native, with iOS native. So we know about several companies which had a lot of logic and code in C++, and they successfully integrated in Kotlin multi-platform with Kotlin native.
Oh, awesome. And you said that, for example, that the KotlinConf app is open source, and that it's a great resource for people to kind of see how something is structured, maybe dive in, kind of mess around a little bit. Did you have any any other examples as well?
Examples. I thought about more closed source examples, like we mentioned iStroke development there as well in our talk, and they are a great team, and that's more than just using Kotlin multi-platform in production. They give us valuable feedback, and they also wrote a couple of posts on Medium, and actually it's always nice to see such posts, such an experience of some users, because that's a feedback and that's kudos to us as well, or maybe some complaints, which is also valuable. So
Sorry, could you say the name of the company again in case anyone misunderstands?
iStroke.
And I'm assuming we could just on Medium probably search for iStroke and find these posts and kind of get a cool production example of MPP.
Yeah, they've described their experience in really good way, which is pros and cons.
Yeah, and also mentioning iStroke, it's always amazing for me how active Kotlin community is and how much they contribute to Kotlin ecosystem. So thanks everyone who is doing this, and you for making this happen. You're also a part of community. So, and for example, iStroke, they develop a library for cross-platform mobile development called Moko, M-O-K-O, which shares some popular request for preferences across Android and iOS.
Oh, cool.
Some working with security and Bluetooth and something like this. I don't remember the exact list, but it's quite a nice piece of work. So
That's awesome. I kind of that feels like very intimidating to me to kind of approach something new like Kotlin native MPP. Is that there's so many kind of solutions for other platform imitations, like and kind of knowing that you have that support for all the things like Bluetooth. Oh my gosh, and all the things. That's really fascinating to know that it's not just an experimental thing or kind of a new thing, that there is a fully there's a lot of fully featured options for you to kind of do things that you would do in a non-MPP project. That's awesome. Okay, so I want people to see your talk, so I don't want to spoil too much about it. But I know that, for example, and it can be very intimidating. I think, obviously, as an Android developer, I'm having a great time and also many challenges just working on one platform. In terms of someone getting started with MPP, I know you talked about maybe some design guidelines or tips or just ways to get started. Maybe can you give us a preview of things that people can start thinking about as they're trying to approach MPP in their projects, like in terms of designing or forming their projects?
First, I would say that one of the first challenges is to separate your code and to highlight the common part, so it will be shared between platforms, and then just provide their special implementations for each platform. I say that because recently I wrote myself a sample app as well, and that was like, okay, I wrote it. Now I want to refactor it completely because I need more abstraction. I need to pull it up all into common model. That's why. So yeah.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, so making some code common is a very contagious thing. So you want to have this part common. So accidentally this class uses this function, so it must be common as well, and then it pulls further and further and further. So it's like it's very similar for me when you're refactoring a large module and you want to abstract it away behind some facade. So it also shows how you pull all those roots of this logic. You pull more and more classes. So for example, when I have tried to write in my first multi-platform application more than a year ago, I first wrote a separate Android application, separate iOS applications, and looked at them, and I was like, they are very similar here. So that's how I put this business logic and this common logic here. So maybe if you don't know yet what you want to share, it's probably might be a good idea to sketch the architecture and your models and ideas you want to express and share across platforms.
That's good. So forethought and foreplanning, so you aren't pulling everything up by the roots and kind of maybe that's a phrase, like kind of getting more than you bargained for as you start trying to. But planning things ahead sounds like a good strategy in general, but it sounds especially good for MPP. So we're already running out of time. I could probably talk to you all forever, but I kind of wanted to just end with, is there anything that's like a tip or just something interesting or fascinating about MPP that you think people would find interesting or that might influence people to kind of get started?
Well, first, I would say that those community posts are really inspiring because you see from the scratch all the advantages and as well as some limitations. And also, we have a very active community, and in public Kotlin Slack, Kotlin has its Slack space. And there is a multi-platform channel which is quite active, and people are asking questions there. They are answering questions. They share some knowledge or even their projects. So it's really warm and welcome.
That's awesome. There. That's awesome. That just sounds like more of the same that I know I love about Kotlin is, again, the active community, the participation, and kind of like the involvement with y'all at JetBrains.
Friendly atmosphere in the community.
Oh, that's really comforting. I feel like, again, it's so intimidating, but to know that other people are sharing in that struggle and helping you out is awesome.
And speaking about interesting facts, actually the very, very first prototype of multi-platform projects inside JetBrains involved symbolic links. So basically we were trying to trick compiler and IDE into thinking that there are several versions of files, but it's in fact one file, and symlinks point to this.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, it's just as how it sounds. It was a complete nightmare for everyone, for compiler, for people, and for IDE. So we quickly scrapped this out and moved to what we know currently as multi-platform.
But that's how you learn.
No, I mean, I think that's actually comforting. comforting because I feel like a lot of times, again, these things seem so far away and unreachable. But if you're having these kind of problems, which kind of sound familiar, then it's nice that it's shared and that you're all working through it together. That's very comforting. That's good to know because I know I feel a bit like an idiot about MVP, but maybe not saying that anyone else is an idiot, but that I can catch up. That everyone's struggling and that it's all kind of again, and yet we have the support of like y'all and the rest of the community. That's really cool. Again, I would love to talk to y'all forever. You should definitely check out again. All the talks here will be recorded, but so if you didn't get to see Dmitry and Lilia's talk, please check it out. If people wanted to find you on the internet, how can they do that, Liliia?
It's just simple. You can find me in Twitter and Facebook for wherever by name.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, the same for me. My Twitter handle is Savvinov, and you can find me on public Slack by Dmitry Savvinov. You can also go to KotlinConf's website and find our contacts here.
Yeah, and again, please, if you're interested, definitely also go to the Kotlin Lang Slack, which sounds really active and awesome.
Yes.
If you just want to hop in and get into a conversation with these two about MPP and what it can do for you, I am so excited. Thank you so much for, number one, being my first interviewees and my guinea pigs today. Thank you so much. And also, again, for everything that you do. Liliia kicks ass in the forum. Dmitry also just kicks ass. And use contract is my favorite thing in Kotlin last year.
Yes, thank you for being a fan of contract.
But yeah, definitely check out their talk. And if you are interested in MPP, it sounds like it's a great time to get started. And it sounds like you have friends. But again, thank you so much, Liliia and Dmitry.
Thank you for
Thank you too.
We'll see you all for the next one. I don't know what time it is because I don't have the interview right up here, but we'll see you in about 45 minutes for the next interview with Kevin Galligan. Thank you all, and thank you for joining the stream. We'll see you on a bit.
Bye.
And I'm going to go run over there and turn it off.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Sorry, stream. Oh, I should have an assistant to turn it off.
Yeah, you have to.
Like.
Good. All right. Hey, KotlinConf, and welcome back to the KotlinConfersation stream. My name is Quintuet Dow, and I'm speaking with
Kevin Galligan.
Kevin, so happy to have you. Kevin is someone who's a good friend of mine. We've known each other for quite a while, both Android devs.
Yes, mostly.
Mostly. But
yeah.
you've kind of taken a little side tour. But before we get started, Kevin, for those of us who don't know you as well, where are you based and what do you do?
I'm based in New York. I work at a company called Touch Lab. I'm like a partner, I guess. I used to be the president. I've kind of switched roles, though. Now I mostly do Kotlin multi-platform coding and research and open source and like weird stuff, sort of research and development-y things.
That's a good segue because I feel like every time I've seen you in the last couple of years, and I mean this in a very complimentary way, you're always talking about Kotlin native and multi-platform.
Right.
And so I think it's safe to say that it's your thing right now.
It is. That's safe to say, yeah.
That is safe to say. And in particular, you're giving a talk at KotlinConf, which on a topic which I think is definitely a difficult one and maybe not a sticking point, but kind of a tough subject when it comes to Kotlin native, and that's concurrency. So let's start with a really basic question. Okay. Concurrency. It's already kind of a hard subject, I think, in general for developers. I know for me, it was probably my worst subject in school. So concurrency. It's hard enough to begin with. What is especially hard about it on Kotlin native?
So it's interesting because I think if you're coming from a JVM perspective, you're coming from an Android perspective, it seems hard, but the irony is that Kotlin native is attempting to make it simpler.
Okay.
It's giving you rules that you're not allowed to do certain things that in the JVM will let you do, which is inherently unsafe. So,
interesting. Okay.
Shared state in the JVM has a lot of things that are potentially very dangerous, and that's where concurrency becomes difficult. So in my talk, I talk about how I think Android developers, who's looking at Kotlin native for multi-platform, it's a controversial model, the Kotlin native model, but the JVM where you can just have shared state for multiple threads is actually controversial in a lot of other contexts.
Gotcha.
So obviously JavaScript, Go, Rust, you're not allowed to do those things that you are in the JVM.
So interesting. So it might not be necessarily difficult or let's say dangerous in a traditional sense. It's more that it's unfamiliar. It's restrictive, kind of compared to what you might normally be kind of used to in terms of concurrency.
Right.
So, all right. In what use cases do you think? Okay, so Kotlin native, I'm intimidated by it. I don't know too much about it. Again, kind of a basic question. When in kind of a person's journey, we'll call it, into Kotlin native, are they going to start encountering, the need to kind of handle concurrency on Kotlin native?
Well, if you're a mobile developer, then you will encounter that immediately.
Fair enough.
Because if you need to do networking, obviously you go on a different thread.
Yeah.
If you need to do database stuff or writing to the disk, you should be on a different thread. You may not be. So it's stuff you'll encounter right away. But it's the same thing if you remember back to early Android, right? Like when Android was brand new, I mean, everyone kind of rolled their own bespoke concurrency.
Yeah.
Did a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah.
Made a lot of bad choices, and there weren't a lot of libraries to rely on. And the past decade has developed a robust ecosystem of libraries and best practices and conferences,
right?
Such
exactly.
as the DroidCons that we've all gone to and loved, or sometimes. And but the point is that we've had that decade of lessons learned, so that you can avoid the problems of concurrency in the JVM.
Right.
That is now happening in a very accelerated sense for native. So when you get into it, you immediately are going to have to understand it, but the libraries that will support that and the best practices and blog posts and stuff like my talk, hopefully, over the next few months will get you over that hurdle quickly.
So when you say accelerated, do you mean that it's more just that, I guess, because there's more people in the space that the problems are being encountered and they're being solved faster, or that maybe there's more people working on it to solve it faster, or that there's a push to emulate or at least bring best practices immediately to the Kotlin native solutions?
It's, you're not going to do all the same things that we did for the first decade of Android.
Sure.
Right? You're going to look at it and say, what do we do now? What's the best way to do things now? And what's the best way on iOS that they do things? And take those two things and put them together. So what just happened in the last few weeks was Kotlin coroutines on native. They used to only be a single thread, which was an issue. certainly, if not so mechanically, it wasn't that bad if you understood it. But for the community, it was just like a non-starter.
Sure, yeah.
That the draft pull request is just changing that. So in my talk, when we published for Droidcon SF, we published the iOS app using SQLite, using Flow, using multi-threaded coroutines, like all that stuff that you would want is now going to be there, frankly, in the next few weeks.
Nice.
So the follow-on library work, the follow-on blog posts, all that stuff is going to happen in an accelerated fashion. Like, there's going to be no async task for Kotlin native. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, you get to avoid all those bad
Yeah.
choices.
For anyone who's not an Android developer or who hasn't been doing Android development for long enough to kind of hate and dread async tasks, async tasks is just bad, and was kind of like the only solution that we had for a long time for kind of asynchronous work. But now we have much better things. So it's a bad thing. Like, if anything gets compared to async task, it's bad.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, we're kind of getting there, but can you? Without spoiling too much of your talk, because we want people to see Kevin's amazing talk, can you just describe in a very general sense, what is this native concurrency model? Like, how does it work in broad strokes?
It is conceptually very simple. If you have state that is mutable, state that's changeable, it can only be seen by one thread at a time. And that is broadly referred to as thread confinement. So if you are a mobile developer, you're very familiar with this because you're not allowed to change the UI state from a background thread.
Right.
And that is like self-imposed, hand-rolled thread confinement. And the reason for that is they don't want to do synchronize and all that stuff in all of those objects.
Right.
That's rule number one. Rule number two in Kotlin Native is immutable state can then be shared between threads, and you can do whatever you want, because if you can't change it, there's no problems. The thing that's unfamiliar for most JVM developers is it doesn't mean that, okay, we have vals, so it's immutable in source form. It means there's literally a new state of state called frozen. So you have to like freeze state, and it freezes everything it touches, and then that can be passed between threads. That seems like this odd thing, and there was some controversy around that. But if you go look, like Ruby does that.
Okay,
there's like a frozen in Ruby, and there's like it's not like a brand new idea. It's not like totally different to the world.
Adolescent
but it's definitely different to all of us. So like when I first started doing Kotlin Native, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, I kind of instinctively tried to fight against these rules. Like I tried to get around them.
Sure, yeah.
I tried to do all this stuff, and my talk is kind of like, you're going to do that. You're going to go through that phase. And then
Just a phase.
try to get past that as fast as you can, because like it's really not that bad. And I kind of see the world differently now. Like now I see some JVM code where there's an object, a global object, and a variable that's in there, and you can touch that from any thread, and nothing's going to stop you. Now you might develop that yourself, and that's fine. You'll know that you should only touch that from the main thread. But like 3 years from now, when somebody else in your team
absolutely not maintainable,
does something, the JVM won't have a problem with it. But the whole point is that Kotlin Native won't let you do that.
Okay.
So
a little more Rails, and I think it's interesting you mentioned that. Speaking of Rails, that it's not a kind of model without precedent. Is it worth it to kind of look into how this model works on other platforms? I mean, is it a little irrelevant, or should we just get into Kotlin Native and just get into that concurrency model and get used to it?
I don't know, because I haven't really looked into it. I just know that it's like it's there.
There's a precedent. That's good.
I would say, and in my talk, I kind of say this too, like. It's an interesting time. Like I gave this talk in Toronto a few weeks ago, and I quite literally, when I said next steps, I'm like, wait a few weeks, because like don't even bother looking at what's out there now. Wait until the coroutines thing hits, and do that. But once that hits, like I think it just makes sense to start poking around, start trying it out. Even though there is a freeze in like Ruby, I don't think it works entirely the same. Like so, learning it in another
probably not
context
as relevant.
Yeah.
It was funny because one of my questions was, what is the latest and greatest developments in Kotlin Native concurrency? And we've already answered that question, but is there anything that people should know about in terms of, I don't know, tooling, or even kind of any resources, whether they be documentation or people resources?
So
obviously you.
This sounds very self-promoting, but like, no, I have a couple blog posts that try to explain this, essentially go over the topics I do in my talk in more detail and try to walk you through how this stuff works, and then you can play around with that. We're actively having meetings here at the conference trying to push JetBrains to like you need like a Kotlin Cohen's for native.
I like that idea a lot.
Yeah, and
for
like
sure.
desperately, because you can read about it, and I read about it, and I theoretically understood it, but until we started putting it into client apps and using it in our own stuff,
Yeah.
you don't really get an intuitive sense for it.
Sure. Yeah.
So
yeah.
there's that. I would say absolutely join the Kotlin Slack, and the native team is in the Slack. They'll answer questions.
Gotcha.
But the other thing, and JetBrains knows this. They mentioned it in there was a talk on multi-platform. They desperately need to focus on documentation for this, and specifically for native mobile. And they're talking about that now specifically. So it's coming. You know, I would say, yeah, sure, watch my talk and read the blog posts. But there's a lot of teaching work that needs to happen. So.
Is there any worth I feel like the Kotlin community is so much about engagement. It's kind of what Andre talked about a little bit this morning. Is there anyone who's kind of working with Kotlin native that has opinions, questions? Would you encourage them to say tweet out, come to Kotlin Slack and kind of raise questions, or is there a better way of kind of getting help or being like, hey, I want this for my Kotlin native concurrency?
Kotlin Slack is definitely like the place right now. Go to Kotlin Native, possibly multi-platform channels. The community is at a size where you can directly reference basically everybody. Give it 6 months and a year, that situation's going to change, I assume. But that's definitely right now. That's the place to be. Like everyone that's working on it is there, and that's where everyone kind of chats and interacts.
Gotcha. So if anyone is kind of interested in this conversation and wants to participate, do it now. It's a good time to kind of get in. And also, if you want Kotlin koans for native, definitely kind of raise not a stink, but kind of join the chorus of.
I've said this for the past year. Like it's kind of the people working on this are off in a building working on this, and they're going to respond to the community proportional to how much people are asking for things. So if you have a handful of Windows developers that are just like bugging them all day about Windows, they might be focusing on that. I want a lot more people bugging them about native mobile code sharing and tools and education. So let's go out and do that.
All right. So we're wrapping up. The next session is starting, but definitely check out Kevin's talk if you're looking to call it native and approaching a point where you need concurrency, which sounds like pretty much immediately. Kevin, if people wanted to find you on the internet, how can they do that?
On Twitter, I'm KP Galligan. You can find us on the Slack group. I am pretty much there all day. So, and night. I've been working a bit too much lately on the Kotlin stuff. So that's the easiest way. Or go to TouchLab, of course, touchlab.co. We are a consulting company.
Awesome. Well, I'm so excited to actually get to sit down and talk to you at KotlinConf again. Well, I guess you're kind of branching out from Android, but long time. Really excited to talk to you. And so again, check out Kevin's talk. And we'll see you next up on the stream to talk to Florina Muntenescu. Thank you so much, Kevin. It was awesome talking to you.
Bye.
All right, and I'll see you guys at the next one. Bye. And I'm going to go run over and turn off the stream.
It's not off yet. Okay.
No, it's not.
Oh, let me continue pitching. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
we're back. All right, let's see. Let's get comfortable. What's this?
It's a nice place.
It is. It's a really good setup. Hello again, KotlinConf. This is KotlinConfersations. My name is Huyen Tuet Dao, and we're speaking with just some of the absolutely fantastic and amazing speakers here at KotlinConf 2019. And currently, I'm speaking with
Erik Hellman.
And so I'm kind of cheating a little bit. Erik and I are friends. We've known each other for a bit. I generally know Erik as an Android type person, but to my surprise, he is not talking about anything Android related, even though we are at KotlinConf. Erik, before we jump in, and I explain why I'm so surprised, and that you currently are not my Android friend, but you're my PWA friend. Why don't you tell the audience what do you do, and I guess how did you get started in Kotlin?
So yeah, I currently work as a freelance developer in Sweden. So I consult for different companies and help them with their apps or whatever they need help with. How did I start Kotlin? Like everyone else, through Android. Yeah, so it's great. It has made a huge difference in my productivity.
But as I kind of alluded to, Erik actually is not here to talk about Android. He's here to talk about progressive web apps. All right. I'm going to ask an extremely basic question. Please forgive my Android brain. Erik, what is a progressive web app?
So the progressive web app, you can define it from the technical perspective or whatever, but I think the easiest way to describe it is that you make a regular web application, but you also make it as an installable application, so it behaves and acts and feels like a regular native app, regardless if you're running on your desktop, on your MacBook, or on your phone. So as long as you have Chrome or Firefox or any of the other browsers that support PWAs, you get that experience. It runs there and behaves like a native app. And so native apps, but a web app.
Gotcha. I mean, so it seems like they kind of existed before Kotlin came around. What generally is the tech stack that you're talking about when you're working with progressive web apps?
So traditionally, it's a JavaScript runtime basically, because it runs in the browser. So we have had the type-safe language before called TypeScript, which also is a great programming language. But I wanted to explore this from the Kotlin side, since we do at KotlinJS, which outputs JavaScript code. It compiles to the browser. So yeah, that's what I...
And okay, so there are established tech stacks and tooling for PWAs. What is special about Kotlin? What is it that Kotlin is bringing to you that you would choose it over TypeScript or anything else?
I think there's many aspects here, like the possibility to do multi-platform stuff, to reuse the code I have on the back end. Maybe I could share the data models with Android and iOS clients and so on. But also Kotlin is a really nice language to write, and I think even if we could do this in TypeScript, we should pick the language we're more comfortable with, and I'm more comfortable with Kotlin, so that's why I like to focus on that one.
So you like choice?
Yes.
Which is a good thing.
Exactly.
But is there anything in particular, that is unique about Kotlin, other than again the kind of usual things that we like about Kotlin?
Yeah. So one of my absolute favorite thing with Kotlin is the coroutines. It's absolutely amazing. Now, granted, with JavaScript, you can write the same asynchronous code, behaves the same way. So Kotlin coroutines actually map down to the async await and the generators as a part of JavaScript. But I kind of like how the Kotlin language flows more. Flows.
Oh, is that? Can you use? Is that something that you could eventually kind of bring to?
Oh, you can use Flow with KotlinJS. Definitely, it's nothing that stops you from doing that.
Is there anything kind of interesting in particular? I know. So again, I'm an Android developer. My experience is very kind of strictly in Kotlin on Android, and kind of I have an increasing awareness of Kotlin native. Can you tell us a little bit about KotlinJS?
So the KotlinJS is exactly what it is. It's instead of targeting the JVM or targeting native, it targets the JavaScript platform. So it outputs JavaScript code. And the way that does that is basically it translates everything on is pretty much the same way that you would use TypeScript if you're familiar with that platform. Now, the whole build tools and everything is fairly new in the Kotlin world. They recently made a completely new build tool for KotlinJS.
Oh, really?
So, yes, it's very exciting, and so whenever you change something completely new, it's always stuff that breaks, but it looks very nice. It's getting really good, and I look forward to working more with it.
So, so I know again very little about Kotlin native and multi-platform projects. Is it conceivable that you could have shared, I mean, because that's the goal of Kotlin native, right? Is to have some kind of shared common logic between, different platforms. Generally, I know in the circles that I run in, it's generally spoken of as what I would work on, Android and iOS. Is there some kind of scenario where I could have common shared code between my web, my Android, and my iOS app?
Oh, definitely. So this is actually what I talk about bring up in my talk as well. I show how to use the Ktor client, the client in the Ktor library, which is an HTTP client, and the Kotlin serialization library. So you can use that one. If you had that one as a shared module, you can use it on iOS and Android and Kotlin.js, and it would work fine. You only need to pass in specific parameters for each platform, but you could do that in a smart way, so it's not a problem. So yeah, definitely the multi-platform part is a big thing here.
That's really fascinating. So it seems it's so promising, but I know as an Android person, we're always kind of comparing ourselves to how iOS structures things. And, when we have these discussions, there's always going to be some discrepancy between how things are represented or how things are done on different platforms. In terms of this kind of really cool world where we would have, web, iOS, and Android all kind of living in the same multi-platform project, is there kind of a type of logic that makes sense to share, or is it could it be conceivably anything? I mean, that's kind of a broad spectrum, but what kind of things could you share between such disparate codes?
Yeah, so I mean, we talked about it already. The whole back part of the application is
business
business logic, the networking part, since you can use Ktor and use serialization and all those. Those are obvious part of using, and you can do those today, and it works really, really well. Now, the interesting part is, how about the UI part? Would we be able to do something there? Because Kotlin.js there is a library, a wrapper on top of, that's called KotlinX HTML, which is a DSL that generates HTML. And if you look at that one, it looks rather similar to another thing that is coming from Google that's called Compose. It's a little bit, it's different. It's not the exact same thing, but you recognize that it's declarative and in a way there. So there are some things there. Maybe in the future we would actually be able to use one of these UI framework libraries and actually be cross-platform there as well. That would be amazing.
That would be amazing. I have to admit, though, and this is maybe kind of skewing off topic a little bit, because I feel like when, as a client-side person, when I hear that, I kind of go, oh, but what about kind of the particular, UI paradigms or kind of features, iOS works a certain way. Web, you have certain kind of conventions. Android, you have certain conventions. When you talk about shared UI, does that mean everything looks homogeneous, or is there room for things to kind of be as they are while still sharing UI?
Yeah, I think you can also do specialization on each platform in an easy way. So already today, take the Ktor client for instance, which is a good example for this one. When you create that one, an instance of that one, you pass in what platform it is you're using. So okay, here I want a Ktor client for the JavaScript world, or a Ktor client for the Android world, or here's HTTP client. So all that you can already specialize these multi-platform we have. So I don't see any problem doing the same thing for UI framework that actually works across these different platforms.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that necessarily shared codes means a homogeneous, same-Z's experience on all the things.
No, not necessarily. I think we have reached that level of maturity in the programming languages that we can deal with those differences between each platform.
I mean, you have a lot of experience in we were kind of chatting a little bit before things started, and you're not just an Android developer or web developer. You kind of had a lot of experience in different things. How optimistic are you about kind of the future? I mean, obviously you're working with it, but I feel like I know in my how many years of doing development, every time a multi-platform or multi-something solution comes up, we're always very hopeful, but things don't pan out. How confident do you feel right now about the state of multi-platform and the things that we're talking about with Kotlin?
Yeah, I think that there's often when there's multi-platform, it comes from the marketing side.
Yeah,
it's when it comes there, it's always driven from the UI part. You have this cross-platform framework, React Native, Flutter, Ionic, and all of those. And they focus on the UI part.
Sure, yeah.
Write the UI once and have it running everywhere. And I think that's a wrong approach. I think the Kotlin one is actually doing it better, where they come from underneath instead.
The business logic, the common
business, build on that one first. And it's also the thing I'm usually trying to repeat to product managers and stuff like that, it's rarely the how that takes time. It's the what. It's like, what are we going to build? So once you build that part, figuring out how to build it is fairly simple. So and the business logic can be kind of complicated actually. The UI part, once we figured out how that looks like, if we have to do it like 3 times, that's not a problem. But the business logic is what we should like focus on more.
That's fair. I mean, and I guess assuming once you kind of solve some of the UI problems, then you get to kind of not reuse them all the time, but you have like some established art. Whereas business logic is tend to be more kind of individual and kind of again, like you said, the hard part.
And the business logic also kind of drives how the application will look and feel like. It's like they have a flow, go through these screens, etc., etc. So you kind of figure out the what by writing the business logic sometimes.
I do like the perspective, though, is that maybe the reason that we're seeing Kotlin native do so well in this kind of like multi-platform space is, like as you said, focusing more on kind of like from the bottom up rather than from the face down. I really like that a lot because I feel like, again, that's probably my reaction with like same as UI. I don't like it, but yeah, it makes sense that there's business logic, in the same application on different clients, same application. You'll share logic, and that makes that is very compelling.
Yeah.
So
definitely, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how the multi-platform thing evolves, and I'm also very excited about like the future of the Kotlin JS.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, like the JavaScript, the web world is the biggest part of the application world today.
Sure.
So it's really important that we have a solid Kotlin support for that one as well.
Yeah, so awesome. So that we can, do all the things.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Erik. Again, you should definitely check out Erik's talk if you are a web person or that is curious about Kotlin, or if you're a Kotlin person that's curious about web. You should absolutely check out Erik's talk. He's an amazing speaker. And I'm saying that because I'm biased. Like Erik, I've gotten to chat with Erik many times, but he's like a great instructor. And again, see his talks. Erik, now that I've completely started gushing over all the cool things you do, why don't you go and tell everyone how they can contact you on the internet?
So easiest way is to find me on Twitter, Erik with a K, Erik Hellman. So Erik with a K, but Hellman.
All right. So again, we'll see y'all in a little bit. Check out Erik's talk. Again, all the talks at KotlinConf 2019 will be recorded. And we'll be up next with Florina Muntenescu. Thank you so much, Erik.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you all. Please join us back on the stream for the next interview. And enjoy the talks. See ya. It's funny because I'm waving, but now I have to go and with the stream still on, go turn it off. Hey, this is KotlinConfersations, where we're having conversations with just a few of the amazing speakers here at KotlinConf 2019. I'm Quinn Dao, and I'm speaking with
Florina Muntenescu.
I am super excited to talk to Florina. I'm kind of cheating again. I'm a big time fan, and also feel like you're a good friend, Florina. But I'm so excited to talk to you, Florina. For those of you out there who aren't as familiar with Florina, Florina, where are you based and what do you do?
So I'm based in London, and I'm a developer advocate at Google. And I'm focused right now on Jetpack, Kotlin, and Compose.
Okay, so very topical Kotlin. I wanted to ask you kind of a few questions. These are going to be very Android-specific questions. Kind of seems appropriate, seeing that I'm an Android dev, and Florina works for Google for the Android team. So I think one of the most interesting things this year is that kind of y'all came out and said, hey, Android is Kotlin first. Mm-hmm. This might be a really simple question, but to you and to Google, what does that mean?
So to go back a little bit, so 2 years ago we announced that we're supporting Kotlin. So that was the point where we also started to make sure that some of the Android APIs that we have are Kotlin friendly. So you'll see a lot of like nullability annotations being added, a lot of, so for example in documentation we have snippets that are both in Kotlin and Java.
Yep.
But then we thought, okay, the community, well, we started this because of the community, and we see that the community starts adopting Kotlin more and more. So we thought it's actually time to go Kotlin first. So this means that the new APIs that we're building are also built with Kotlin in mind. So if you look at some of the Jetpack libraries, you'll see that Room, for example, or Work Manager have support for coroutines. So with Room, you can write queries that return suspend, that are suspend functions, or you can write queries that return flow. Similarly, Work Manager supports coroutines. So it's all of this Kotlin libraries or APIs that are also supported in Jetpack. But then, when we're talking about new APIs, a library like Compose, it's, I think, one of the, the biggest library, not the first one, but the biggest library that's written in Kotlin and using a lot of the language features of Kotlin.
Yeah, it's not even just that it's supporting Kotlin features, but it's like the Kotlin compiler plays a huge role in how it works.
Exactly.
Can I ask you, for those of you not as familiar with kind of Compose, can you kind of give us a little brief introduction on what it is?
So it's our new UI framework. You would write it in a declarative way. So this means that the views are actually now just functions, composable functions. You would annotate them with @compose. So you no longer need to, with the usual views, you would have to extend the view, and you have all of that view hierarchy. Whereas with Compose, we're talking about composition versus inheritance. So you're composing different functions, and that's how you create your view hierarchy.
So it's kind of, for those of you not unfamiliar with Android development, this is pretty new and exciting and quite different, which I think is also, it's not just that it's a new way of kind of thinking about UI, but also that it's including one of our favorite things now in the Android community, and that's Kotlin. Yes. Are there any other, I guess, interesting libraries or projects that are being driven by Kotlin? Because again, it's really interesting to see, especially with now things being Kotlin first, that it's not just support, but kind of the driving and influencing factors of new Android.
So I know the benchmarking library was written in Kotlin, but in terms of bigger libraries, Compose is the first one. But actually what I like is how the API, what Kotlin supports also influences the way the API looks like, so the API surface. So for example, all of these default values, that's something that you don't have in other programming languages. So this means that just the API is so much nicer. And I don't know, okay, can I talk about one of my favorite Kotlin features that are reflected in the API surface?
Absolutely, please do.
So if you're displaying a text in Compose, you can set the font size to SP, to EM, so different versions depending on whatever design you get. But then, if you would need to write that API, the support for all of these with the Java programming language, you will need to probably do something like SP constructor that gets a value and so on. With Kotlin, because of of what it supports, you ended up just writing 15.sp, and that's it, because you just create an extension function on end to say that that's an SP.
Yeah.
So it's, I don't know, it just makes everything so simple.
It's nicer. And
Yeah,
I feel like,
nice.
you know, if Kotlin makes the folks working on Android lives easier, the APIs and libraries that you create will probably make, hopefully, our lives easier,
I hope
which is
so.
kind of
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
We're all benefiting from Kotlin. I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about Kotlin Everywhere.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you kind of were, I mean, like your face was on the trailer. So for me, you're the face of Kotlin Everywhere along with Hadi. Can you talk a little bit about what it is and I guess how it progressed over the year?
Yeah, sure. So we know that people are starting to adopt Kotlin, but we know that also there are developers that don't get to learn Kotlin at work.
Sure.
So we wanted to work with communities to be able to create events where they can teach their communities Kotlin. So we ended up creating this Kotlin Everywhere campaign where we're supporting communities around the world to create events, and we're trying to support them with content. So for example, we created several code labs just for Kotlin Everywhere campaign that can be run at their events, but also financially as much as we could, and with speakers as much as we could.
And you traveled quite a bit for that. Well, it wasn't that you were just kind of providing content and support, but that you actually went out, kind of a lot of the dev advocates and went out to kind of be part of the community and like so. I mean, just as you as a person, how exciting was it? Like, how was your impression of the community? And
I was overwhelmed, let's say, of how well it was received. So I actually checked the stats 2 days ago, and we saw that we had 500 events happening around the world in something like 80-something plus countries. And it's amazing seeing how many people like Kotlin and want to share that knowledge with people. And I wish we were able to travel to more countries where actually a lot of the people from Android and from JetBrains, developer relations, but also engineering, ended up speaking at different events around the world. And I wish we could support more. I wish we could, multiply, clone ourselves to be able to speak at all events. But I think we can say one more number. So we looked at how many in-person attendees we had in all of these events, and we reached 30,000 people.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, is there going to be more future Kotlin Everywhere?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
I think we're at the state where, like in every project, you need to draw the line to see a retrospective and see, okay, how did this go? Was it worth it? Is it something that we want to continue? So we'll see.
Okay, well, I absolutely have my fingers crossed. So switching gears again, you just gave a talk today at KotlinConf, and it's about a subject which I think is naturally very hard, but that hopefully has become easier with Kotlin, and that's concurrency. Can you talk a little bit about maybe kind of where, structured concurrency, the concurrency that we have available to us through Kotlin, how that has influenced or how that can improve Android life? I'm selfish, I'm an Android developer, I want to know.
So I think at least until now, in Android, by just using stuff developed by Google, you could use something like threads or executors to do concurrent work. Probably you would do something like RxJava. But then, coroutines appeared, and they're so nicer and lighter weight. And just the fact that you don't have that asynchronicity, that you don't have that callbacks and listeners that you have to attach, just make the code so much nicer to write. And then also we try to make sure, as I was saying, like the libraries that we're building have support for that. So for example, you want to make sure that when you're launching a coroutine, it only runs in the scope of those objects. So for example, if you're starting something in the scope of an activity, when that activity is destroyed, you don't want your coroutine to run more. So we created vModel scopes and lifecycle scopes.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, so this means that under the hood, the vModel scope is the one that makes sure that your coroutines get canceled at the right time. So you don't need to add all of that boilerplate to your code.
And I think that's one of the most exciting things, is that not just that within Kotlin itself, we have this kind of lovely structured concurrency. And it's not just, again, I'm repeating myself, but not just that it's a support, but there are actual hooks and kind of integrations, and that it is a kind of becoming a central part of, Android and Jetpack and everything else. And it's really nice to see. you should definitely check out Florina and your co-speaker,
Manuel's talk, yeah.
Manuel's talk today from KotlinConf about concurrency. Florina, thank you so much. I mean, if people wanted to find you on the internet, how can they do that?
Twitter. Twitter is the best way. At F Muntenescu.
Yeah, it's basically
just
your
Google
name.
my name. Yeah.
Okay.
Or Twitter, my name.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much again for joining
you.
us today, and thank you for again all your work with Kotlin Everywhere. I got to participate in a couple of Kotlin Everywhere events, and it was kind of amazing. And I guess maybe it's a little sentimental to say, but I feel like all of us have become. I know like people like everywhere, Google, like us third-party Android developers. It's been a really great couple years, kind of diving into Kotlin and seeing it kind of arrive on our platform, and to kind of again see that grow like into these events and participating in that and seeing how much just everyone everywhere how much Kotlin is everywhere, which is really awesome. But thank you so much. And yeah, again, all the talks at Kotlin 2019 are recorded. So if you missed Florina's talk, Florina and Manuel's talk, you should definitely check it out. And we'll be back in just a little bit with another interview. So definitely come back to the live stream, and we'll talk to our next amazing speaker here at KotlinConf 2019 on KotlinConfersations. All right. Thank you so much,
Thank
Florina.
you.
All right. And thank y'all. And we'll see you just a little bit. Bye. And here I go. The stream is still on, but I'm going to go run and turn it off. But thank you so much.
Yep.
As if we had not a reenactment. Okay, so inevitably, I had technical difficulties, so we're going to start this all over again. So, hi, for real this time, live stream. This is KotlinConfersations, where we're having conversations with some of the amazing speakers here at KotlinConf 2019. My name is Huyen Dao, and I'm for realsies out loud speaking with...
I'm Jake Wharton in stereo.
We actually are in stereo. Jake, thank you so much for still being here with us now that we have the sound back. So again, for the people that didn't hear the first time, where are you based and what do you do?
I work at Google on Android. I work on Kotlin things, which include both the some Jetpack libraries like KTX stuff, as well as like tooling around Kotlin.
Okay. And speaking of Kotlin, how did you first get into Kotlin? Sorry. If you forgot.
Once again, yeah.
The last time I asked you.
I actually got started in Kotlin. A coworker when I was working at Square introduced it to me in about 2012 for trying to write a IntelliJ plugin, and I thought it was a horrible language at the time. I didn't enjoy it at all, and I completely forgot about it for about 4 or 5 years when on Android we had been growing tired of the lack of updates to the Java language features that were available for Android, and started looking for alternative languages to fill that gap. And so, having looked at a bunch, I re-stumbled upon Kotlin, and it had changed quite dramatically in those 5 years. Still hadn't hit 1.0, but was clearly approaching it, and it turned out to basically check every box that we were looking for.
Yeah.
And so I wrote this big document to convince the engineering managers that this was a wise decision, that we should invest in it and use this language. And then, that was only about 3 years ago. In the last 3 years, it's taken off dramatically.
It's been a kind of crazy 3 years in terms of, at least from the perspective of an Android developer, not just the introduction and the, I guess, awareness of Kotlin, but now it's adopting it. Google is like Kotlin first. It's been a pretty fun ride. So we're talking about Kotlin, but your talk is about another language, or at least there's another language in the title of your talk, and that's Java.
Yeah. So basically, Java has this new versioning system where they release a version every 6 months, and every time you see someone start to talk about it, there's a bunch of these people that love Kotlin that sort of come out of the woodwork and just say, you should be using Kotlin, you should be using Kotlin. Yeah. Which is fine, and I am a huge Kotlin fan, but I think it's very easy to dismiss this language, which has really changed how it's being developed and is adding all these features that we tend to take for granted in Kotlin. And so the talk is comparing and contrasting these language features, and sort of the clickbaity nature of the title is posing the question as to, does this rapid development of Java mean that the end of Kotlin is in 3 or 4 years when all these features come to Java, and even in the abstract for the talk and the summary or whatever, like I posit that the answer is no, but it's really interesting to compare and contrast these language features, and I've learned quite a bit, and I'm actually looking forward to this new future of Java as well.
Yeah, and I think maybe. It's definitely a feeling, I think, especially as, I picked up I picked up Kotlin last 3 years, and there's definitely kind of a very easy inclination to be like, pardon me, screw the other language, all we have is Kotlin now. But like, how do you see, you're talking about developments in Java, how do you see the relationship between Java and Kotlin right now? Is it like an arms race? Is it like a strange family? Like how do you see, what is the relationship, and how should we kind of view the two of these languages together?
Yeah, I think historically Java has been very conservative in how it adds things to the language, and it lets these like young whippersnapper languages go out and try and succeed in some ways and fail in others. And then, Java, as this more conservative, slower-moving language, is able to take all of the things that have been learned from your Scalas and your Groovies and your Kotlins, craft a similar, like a similar language feature that solves the same problem, but without having to trip over all those pitfalls itself. And so, I don't know what the relationship so much is. Maybe like they're Java's the queen, and like all these other languages are sort of the pawns that get sent out to try and do things and occasionally fail. But they learn from each other. The things that you'll see in my talk, if you watch it, is that they're dramatically similar, the offerings. And so, they're clearly paying attention to what these other languages are doing and taking that inspiration from them, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work, and then just trying to create the best language that they can be, which is harder for them since they have, they don't break compatibility ever, and they have far more the billions and billions of lines of code that are out there that they can't break. Whereas, Kotlin was able to come in and just start from scratch and can do things differently. So it's an interesting dynamic watching. It will be certainly interesting, especially watching it over the next few years as Kotlin tries to evolve itself, and then Java starts to introduce these really fundamentally new concepts.
Maybe like a friendly competition, or just again like inspiration, just like kind of the rest of tech, right? Just kind of watching what the other person's doing and trying to.
I mean, it's definitely not competition in the form of like malicious, wanting the other to fail. And ultimately, like Kotlin certainly targets the JVM, and all the improvements that get made by improving the language tend to come with improvements to the VM, which then Kotlin also gets to take advantage of.
Yeah, and that's something I wanted to ask you. I feel like a lot of times the kind of temptation is to think that, okay, we have Kotlin now, and to not care, like you were saying, like not paying attention to what's going on with Java. Do you think that's a wrong attitude, or do you think it's just more like we're going to get these features, or should we be paying attention to Java? Should we care still?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that if you are primarily a Kotlin user, you might not care that much about the language features that are coming to Java. So as an example, in the next version of Java, which is Java 14, comes out in March, they allow you to use the switch statement as an expression. So your like case statements can return a value, and then you can assign that to a variable, and something we take for granted in Kotlin with ifs and whens also being expressions. And so you might not care about that because you're not writing in Java. But as new versions of Java also come with, like I said, improvements to the VM, but also APIs, right? Like, think of Java Time. Like, if Java Time came out in the next version of Java, this is like this dramatically better API for dealing with dates and times that, like, we are sorely lacking on Android. And so, thankfully, like, it was in Java 8 and is now being made available. And so I think it's acceptable to like not really pay attention that much to the language features, but the APIs that are also coming out with these new versions of Java are still worth paying attention to, because they will hopefully be made available on Android at some point. And certainly if you're targeting like the JVM for a server, you're able to use them as soon as they come out.
Yeah, for sure. So kind of to go back to the Kotlin side, maybe. Or actually, no, let's stick with Java for a second. So, I mean, you mentioned that Java is trying to catch up and taking inspiration from Kotlin and Scala and other JVM languages. Okay, so let's say that someone might be interested in what Java is doing. What kind of features do you think might excite people about Java that kind of compared to the excitement that we feel about Kotlin features?
Sure. So I talked about switch expressions. That's like an example of just a small ergonomics improvement to like an existing language feature. And there's a bunch of those things that Java is doing, but they're also working on really large language features that are similar to ones in Kotlin. So an example is like every intro to Kotlin blog post or presentation like always shows the 100-line POJO and the like one-line data class. And so in future versions of Java, which, they're not really targeted at a version yet, but within the next probably 2 years, they'll have this feature called records. And records are essentially the equivalent of data classes, where you can do a one-line declaration. You say, public record person, string name, int age is the example I use in my talk. And that's it. And from that, you get, equals hashcode toString. You get the getters, the private fields. It's immutable. That also implies a constructor, and like that is what a data class is giving you. And so it's essentially the same feature with a slightly different name, but providing the exact same semantics.
So and so we love Kotlin because it seems to have been made for and addresses a lot of pain points in Java. But it seems like now Java is starting to kind of say, oh, we have pain points. Let's address those as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've really benefited from moving to this monolithic every 3-year-ish release thing to every 6 months.
Yeah.
Because now they can deliver smaller features and even larger features incrementally. They don't have to like make sure something fits in that 3-year gap, and then if they miss it, they have to wait another 3 years. And so the switch expressions is just an example. It's part of an actually larger feature that they're working on called pattern matching. But switch expressions is just like one of the first steps, and so they can ship that and then work on adding pattern matching in future versions of Java without having to worry about having to wait 3 years. And so in some sense, it's like liberated them from this burden of always trying to hit these major release trains and allow them to work much more incrementally.
So just to wrap up, I want to kind of ask, maybe this might be a little bit, I don't know, future gazing a little bit, navel gazing, future gazing. Where would you, as someone who's kind of been trying to pay attention to what's going on in Java and Kotlin, where would you like to see the two of them down the road? Like, what's exciting to you? 3 to 5 years, what would you love to see in Java? What would you love to see in Kotlin?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that I think is important for Kotlin is starting to utilize these newer features that are coming out, the newer APIs and the newer features in the VM that are coming out. And so, like, traditionally, Kotlin has targeted Java 6 as its like baseline, the bytecode that gets generated, and every language feature is essentially like desugared into Java 6 compatible bytecode. But as of a few minor versions ago, they now have the ability to target anywhere from Java 6 all the way up to Java 12 and soon Java 13. And so Andre talked about the new compiler backends that are being rewritten, and hopefully that will allow them to say, whenever you're targeting these newer versions of Java, to allow Kotlin to also use these like new features that are available in both the APIs and the VM, so that you're like Kotlin essentially for free gets faster, more efficient, less overhead, all the things that we want. But that have traditionally not been there, since it's forced to like desugar its language features and potentially less than efficient ways.
Yes.
And so I would like to see them really lean into that, because I think like Java 11 is sort of what most backend server developers are really starting to target. And so the need for Kotlin to do a bunch of its desugarings below 11 for them, it's really only like harming their like bottom line by being less efficient than they could be. So I as much as we talked about how Java is paying attention to Kotlin and learning from its mistakes, I would love to see Kotlin pay attention. Like, I mean, I know they're paying attention, but like to start to utilize these things that Java and its VM and its API, the JDK has provided, to allow Kotlin itself to be even better than it is now.
It's kind of fun. It's like almost like the high tide could lift all boats at some point in the
Absolutely.
future.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the VM's job is making all this code be able to run more efficiently, and hopefully Android again.
Knock on wood.
Someday.
For all of us, yeah. Okay, well, that's really awesome. Again, Jake is giving a talk tomorrow with a very clickbaity title, which you should totally check out, about whether Java is going to, whether we're going to need Kotlin in a few years, or we're just going to use Java again. But yeah, thank you so much, Jake. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. If people wanted to find you on the internet, how can they do that?
You can find me on Twitter at Jake Wharton.
That's pretty straightforward and simple. Thank you all for joining us on the live stream for KotlinConfersations. Next session is ongoing right now, so thank you for sticking with us if you are. We have one more interview today, and then we'll see you again tomorrow. But yeah, thanks you all for joining, and see you in a little bit. Bye.
Bye.
And here I go. Oh, you got applause. I gotta get a little applause. And sorry to the live stream for the audio problems. here so we're actually live right now. As
Okay.
I run back. Hey, KotlinConf live stream. We are back. This is KotlinConversations again. My name is Huynh Tuet Dao, and again, I'm at my last interview of the day with some of the amazing speakers here at KotlinConf 2019. So again, I'm Huynh Tuet Dao, and I'm currently speaking with
Alexander Nozik.
Alexander, thank you so much for taking time out of going to talks to come and chat with me today. So just a little bit about yourself. What do you do, and how did you get started with Kotlin?
Well, I'm actually doing science, particle physics, if to be exact. We are doing software. We are doing science. We are doing experimental science, and as we're doing science, we need software for science. So, for analysis, for simulation, for data acquisition, and I've been doing it for a long time, and I've been doing it in different languages, and then I found Java, and I was quite excited because it was a great language, much better than most of other candidates. But then, after spending a few years, maybe 4 years on Java, I decided why not to find something new, something better. And I found, I checked different languages like Ceylon, Extend, different things. And after that, I found this framework, TornadoFX. Probably you know about it.
Yep.
Yeah. And I decided, wow, it looks really great. I can rewrite my JavaFX application and it will be much better. And I rewrote it in TornadoFX, and after that I decided, oh wow, it's a great language. Let's write something else. And after that I ended up rewriting all my code in Kotlin, and now I use only Kotlin. I even forgot Java, I think.
Oh, that's amazing. So actually kind of going back a little bit, I love that you're a particle physicist, because I feel like, at KotlinConf, we're talking to, I'm an Android dev, we're talking to other devs, backend, devs and such. But you're a particle physicist, and I think it's so fascinating. Can you tell me a little bit, like, how does programming mix with your work as a physicist and a researcher?
Yeah, one need to understand that if, say, 100 years ago, people just worked it by their hands, they measured something and wrote it on the paper, and then computed with some mechanical devices. Nowadays, the programming is a quite significant part in science, not only particle physics, but any science. You need to simulate something, because you can't start experiment without simulation. It's very costly. So you need to understand precisely what you are going to measure or not measure. Depends. And then you need a data acquisition, which is quite complicated. It's an industrial scale. You have a lot of sensors, a lot of data, very high load, modern load on those accelerator physics. It's I don't know, a few terabytes a second or something like that. Or even it's huge. It's really huge. You need distributed data systems. And then, of course, you need to analyze it.
Right.
And analysis is complicated. You need some highly stable systems and effective, numerically effective systems. So
that's amazing, because I feel like, I feel like I know in my head, I spent a teeny bit of time in academia, and from my kind of, private industry brain, I've always felt like there's a big gap between, what academia looks like and what industry looks like. But it sounds like, scientific applications are just as rigorous, if not more, than a lot of, private industry, consumer industries as well. And you need software programming skills seems to really do science.
Yeah. The problem is also that the current state of software in science is not good, because it was neglected for a lot of years. Programming actually started in particle physics.
Really?
First centers for programming was for accelerator physics, because it was where it originated. First languages like Algol, Fortran, it was for science. Other languages like Refal, few people know it now, but it's one of the first functional languages, and it was developed actually by particle physicists. And particle physicists, they are so comfortable with this knowledge that they stopped to develop. And nowadays we have a largely outdated code base, and we need a lot of effort to make something new. And I hope that new tools like Kotlin will really help us to do it.
So that's
correctly.
actually great lead into my next question is like, where do you see, what is the role of Kotlin? But for you, your perspective is it's modernizing the tech stack, the software development stack in research.
Definitely. The problem is that the scientific community is very conservative. It's very hard to sell them something. They mostly use C++ and a very not so good version of C++. It's pretty terrible, in fact. And you need to prove to them that it makes sense to learn new language. And there are some limitations in Python, and there is a Julia. It's a very promising thing, but still there are problems in Julia, like tooling. And Kotlin, Java is good. Java is really good, but Java, a lot of words in Java. You need to write a lot of text in Java, and you need to know these tooling ecosystems like Maven and Gradle. The same goes for Kotlin, but in Kotlin is much more simple. It's much more expressive. So it's presentable, and it has access to all the Java libraries, a lot of Java scientific libraries.
That's a good point, yeah.
So there is a chance. I'm not saying it will work, because, as I said, people are very conservative. But there is a chance that they can listen. They would listen to the reason and understand that they need something new.
I like that.
Kotlin is probably the one of the best candidates. Maybe not the only one, but one of the best candidates.
Well, I mean, I hope you succeed in that. It's cool because I feel like in private industries we go through the same thing at a smaller scale in trying to prove the rigor, the production readiness of Kotlin for applications. But it seems like you're going through exactly the same thing, maybe even a little harder in trying to bring trust and kind of like a sense of that this is rigorous enough for research for Kotlin into the.
In fact, it's not only research. Lately, I found out that it's not only the research, but some kinds of industry as well. Not programming industry, but I mean some engineering industry, because we've contacted people from some data acquisition systems, and they say, it's much more modern than what we have in particle physics, but still they have some outdated code in C++ and Java, old Java, I mean Java 4, like.
Oh wow!
And they really need something new, something that will is. Not only it should be better than what they had before, but it should be much better, because there is some kind of potential barrier. So it's slightly better. I won't spend a lot of effort for migrating to new language, new tools.
Yeah.
But if it's much better, for example, coroutines are something that they did not have before. So something principally new.
Yeah.
Multi-platform. Those are features that could
mind-blowing.
They could really sell Kotlin to scientific and engineering community.
That is really fascinating. That I find it fascinating, the idea that part of what is the barrier is that they needed to be impressed. And I like that a lot. Kind of going back to kind of again like the age of the tech stack. I also want to talk about software development programming practices, and we chatted a little bit about this before the interview, is that, again, like in my head, like I see a separation, not necessarily a real one, but I always feel like there's a separation between, scientific applications and industry, and not just in the tech that you use, but also practices. Because I feel like in, kind of in more industry, we have a lot of arguments about things like architecture and architecture. Can you kind of see some kind of bridge or need for kind of bringing this kind of discussion into more research?
In scientific community, I'm not talking not only about particle physics or physics at all. I'm talking about computer science as well. They have a different problem. You say architecture. They say algorithms. And in fact, almost nobody writes algorithms nowadays. New algorithms. You usually take something already. Very few people who actually write algorithms. So, and it is not important to get. It's not possible to get money from some scientific fund if you do not implement generate some new algorithms.
Oh dear.
so I think that both things, this fixation on algorithms and fixation on architecture, they are wrong. But you need a little bit of each of them. So in any application, you need to think about architecture.
Right, absolutely.
And not only in the sense of, say, Android application architecture, but in the larger sense. So how your data, not some kind of clean architecture, but you need to understand how your data flows, how your synchronization works, how your inheritance works, and where you do not need to use it. And on the other hand, you need to understand what actually do you do inside. Yeah. So I think that as any fundamental science, programming in scientific application, it brings some new frontiers. It brings some new tasks for which you need to develop something new or effectively use something you already have.
Yeah, it seems like that there could be like a lot of good exchange between the two kind of, I guess, say kind of halves. Is what else would you like to see kind of as an exchange between if like maybe a close relationship between scientific kind of applications and programming? What would you like to see? Definitely,
I mean that important thing that. When I see, say, Android developers, there are, I'm not saying it always, but there sometimes is a problem that they are fixated in their own small sandbox.
Sure, probably.
They're thinking about the tasks, the regular task, and they sometimes do not see the larger picture. So if you are talking not about regular work, but for example about teaching new people, in science we have much larger tasks, much more tasks that require imagination,
broader questions,
maybe harder questions. And it is very good to teach people who later go to industry and work on this application because they have better perspective. And so I think that as with any, and in fact it's not only with programming, it's engineering as well. People are expected to work for fundamental science, make a PhD, have this perspective, and then go to industry if they want money. Actually, I think this programming works as well.
That really resonates with me because I did a little bit of graduate studies, and I think that the one thing that, and I didn't spend too much time there, that the one thing that I wish that I was better at was asking questions. I think that in my life in industry, I'm very good at asking small questions, kind of localized questions. But if there's one skill that I would really, really love to kind of nurture is to ask big questions, and maybe in asking big questions, learn how to solve bigger problems, look more macroscopically.
Actually, the only thing that makes a scientist a scientist
is asking good questions.
Yes,
do you think that's something that you could learn? Like as a simple engineer, can I learn to ask better questions?
Yes, indeed. First, you need to ask questions, and the second, you need some larger task, some more complicated task. Because if you are asking questions with the known answers, it's not always interesting.
No, I think it's a good point because I think that while we have many different industries like financial tech, like consumer product, like we have like very common, in a good way, common problems to solve, and that maybe we could learn a lot if we pushed ourselves out of that comfort zone and solve something totally different.
Exactly.
So is there anything that we as engineers and software engineers could maybe give to academia? It feels like there's a lot that we could learn from academia and research. Is there something that could go the other way?
I think it's a combined effort. We just need to work together and exchange things, and we from people from academia asking questions, people from engineering. For example, I come to this to JetBrains guys from both from library teams and from compiler teams, and I say, I want this thing. I more or less know how to do it. Please help me. And they say, we need to think about it. And this thinking is exactly is a process of communication, and also we want to interact in the education, of course, because it's the most important thing. And we are now going to work with the JetBrains in this combine this education process for physicists and for programmers, and some tasks that benefit both.
Yeah, so you mean in terms of education, you mean both kind of maybe learning, I don't know, like the software development side of thing, but also kind of learning the science application side. So it's like a two-way education.
Yes, we have some tasks we have in physics, and we will invite programming people, and ask them to work with us on these problems. So it could benefit us both.
Okay. I absolutely am fascinated. And I love it. I feel like, again, I've always wanted to ask better questions, and I love that you're here both asking better questions and using Kotlin. Those are two like really great things. But thank you so much, Alexander.
You're welcome.
If people wanted to find you on the internet, how can they do that?
Well, I do not have Twitter.
That's fine.
It's I tried to make an account, but they did not do. For some reason, they blocked it immediately. Never mind. We have a GitHub account. Our laboratory. I mean, it's MIPT-NPM.
Okay.
You can find it and contact me via GitHub. We also are available by Telegram if someone uses it here. So feel free to contact us. And I believe we also. I also left this laboratory email. So
awesome. Well, again, like this is fascinating to you, and like kind of like the bridging between research and academia, and kind of what maybe the rest of us do in industry. Definitely check out Alexander's talks again. All of the talks are recorded, so if you happen to miss it, you should just definitely check it out. But thank you so much, Alexander. This was awesome.
You're welcome.
And thank you for being my last guest of the day and closing it out. And that's it for today for Kotlin Conversations. Join us tomorrow. We're going to have another 6 interviews with some more amazing people at KotlinConf 2019 in between your other amazing sessions. But, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.